Okay. Hi, welcome in. I'm not sure how many of you are here yet. Till it fills up and everything, I'm just going to be putting tires back on the little guy here. I let a friend borrow him. So I just had it off and was giving it a good look around afterwards after he played with it. So hang out for a little while. I'll see who pops in, who doesn't. Check in the chat. Make sure you check in, because that way I'll know whether you're here or not. Yeah. And hopefully we can get some good conversations going, guys. I wish YouTube would let me play music in the background, but we all know what would happen if I did that, right? It would definitely get demonetized then now, wouldn't it? You shouldn't be too worried about that. I just want to have some people in here to talk on the first live I do. Of course, half the people I know are probably taking a break since they've been on with Nitro all day. Hi, Tony. See ya. You're one of those that was over with Nitro. The other half of the people I know are probably either on Joe Daddy's Garage or Lunar, I believe is his name. Both car channels. But we'll see. I have an impressive amount of stuff to do. This is just something to do while everybody feeds in. Of course, if you got questions or anything, feel free to put them in the chat. I'll see what I can do about answering them. This is something up your alley, diecast. I would like to put an actual diecast body on this. Only thing I'm worried about is the springs. Yeah, little RC crawler. Hi, John Paul. So this little element, it's like an Associated brand. I got this when I left Hobbytown the last time. Since they knew it was sort of not my fault I had to leave, Eric was nice enough to just give me the little thing. I was gonna buy it anyway, regardless. But I chose this one over the Axial because of the way it's set up. It's a lot easier to put a plastic body on. So the Axial, the motor and transmission are in the center. And on this, they're divorced. So only the transfer case is in the center. And then the motor and transmission are here. So when you put a plastic body on it, it's going to have a little bit more scale. Maybe if I put a motor underneath, like the plastic motor that comes with the kit, I'll be able to kind of cut out the hood and put that motor there. Suppose if I did a Gravedigger or a station wagon, I could probably just make a plate to put it over the top of the speed control. But yeah, just a little something to have fun. It's almost pocket size, which is really nice. It accepts most drone batteries, so this is only a single cell lithium, which is fine. It doesn't need a whole lot of horsepower for this size. I don't have to worry about breaking it that way either. Because I can break stuff. That's that body. I've bent stuff on this guy. And I've had him since 1996. We know he's been broken a few times. More than a few times, actually. So today, other than getting the wheels and tires back on this thing, I have some brand new Dean's plugs to put on this because I'm tired of only having 2 batteries that work with it. My old school here, I need to figure out why the speed control and motor don't want to work together. And I've tried 2 different speed controls. And if I get time, I'll do a kind of a look around on Plum Crazy here and see what I need to do with that to get it back in service. I know I need to refill the differentials because that all leaked out. All right, bye, Tony. Have fun. Thank you for coming in. I know I'm probably not as energetic or fun to listen to as Nitro Freak, but not all of us can be freaks. All serious, no, he's a real cool guy. Let me know if you can hear my phone going off, and I'll put it straight on silent. Probably just do that anyway, actually. There we go. That's all on silent. That's wrapped up. That's done. I gotta figure out something to put on the little pallet. That way I can have the little pallet carry around something in the back of the truck. We're definitely gotta find some stiffer springs for this. Those are inadequate, to say the least. But that one's done. So I'm gonna move on to the next one. Again, if you join on the stream, make sure to check in the chat with me so I know you're here. That way I can acknowledge your presence in life, because I don't want to ignore anybody. Whoops. It is a Fortec. It does make a lot of noise. Get the iron all heated up here. And Fortecs are like this. They make a lot of noise because they have the same basic gear ratios as a nitro, not nitro, but a 4-wheel drive Rustler. So those all-wheel drive Rustler, Stampede, any of that base, the Haas is based on that same design. So they all have the same basic design there. Maybe after I get the plugs put on this, I'll see see about taking the gear covers off. I've got other parts that go to this that I need to see what fits, what I have. Some aluminum pieces here and there. Just little stuff I can do. I put the phone on silent and it's still doing it. That clicker shot. I'll put a block of foam there. No, it has a block of foam under it. It should be quiet. So, this was a Bullet car. Little 4.5, I think it is, bullet connectors, which are fine. I mean, they do have less resistance and all that. But the downside is, majority of my batteries are Dean's plugs. And very many of them are like these. These are the only two I have that are bullets. So I can only use 2 batteries in this. Is really hampering my progressibility in life. They're wearing these ones out. I'm truly amazed this one hasn't popped because it's an ancient Orion from when lithiums were first the lithiums. So, hope that doesn't pop. This one already popped. I did things you're not supposed to that I'm not going to repeat. So, but it should still work. It shouldn't pop. And the whole point of the matter is that I'll be able to run all my batteries, as opposed to just 2 of them. I do need to put some cords on that thing. But I have other speed controls and whatnot to grab those off of. Anyway, I'm wasting time. If you've never done soldering, this will be some good video to watch. It is a bit like watching paint dry or grass grow. But if you're going to be in a hobby or in any kind of thing where you're putting 2 wires together. For example, I worked at a radio shop for a while. Fixing CB radios and that sort of business. And if it hadn't have been for the fact that I had all those years of experience with electric RCs at that point in time, I probably never would have got that job, and that would have been, obviously fine. But it came in very handy to have that with the CB radios. I could either repair the actual radios, or I could work on installations. Funny story with that, I was installing radios in the ambulance company that had just quit me, I guess you would say. So it's kind of like turnarounds, fair play. they want to get rid of me, and then jokes on them. I still was putting in their radio systems. Hopefully this doesn't get too noisy. I did forget to get all my soldering stuff out. I tell you what. Much better, and you guys didn't have to worry about losing eardrums. It works for everybody. I don't have any fancy holders or anything like that for my soldering. This is merely just a chunk of metal with some grooves and 2 holes in it. And to be very honest, I couldn't tell you where it came from. It just showed up in my toolbox. So that's fine. It works. It does make for effective little stands for things like this. I can just set it underneath the car and use all this to hold it. I'm not going to just cut these off simply because I may want to use them in the future. I might have something else to do with them. Funny thing is quite often my RC connectors end up working their way into my full-size cars as well. Full disclosure, I did not originally solder these connectors onto this, so in fact some of these wires are just kind of free-floating in space. It's not me. But I'm not going to disclose who did it because I'm not going to complain about a free speed control. Some of you might know who it is, some of you might not. It's all well and good if you do or if you don't. Really wish it would quit landing in the chassis, but, you know, whatever. Again, if you're in here, make sure to check in. Right now, I'm not seeing anybody, but again, that's all well and good too. I mean, it is middle of a Saturday in the Pacific, at least. So people have things to do. Or they just want to go do stuff, which I can't knock them. Those are still a little warm. Sir. Yay, I got to save the VIN number. Ping. Now for the fun part, putting the Dean's plugs on. So these are new Dean's plugs. That's probably better. They're white, and they say they're actually high temperature. So I don't know if they're just compensating for resistance. A lot of people don't like Dean's bugs because they say they're still too resistive. But I mean, seriously, if you're pushing that much amperage through, yeah. But I'm not. Yeah, it's a race car, but no, it's not a race car. I just have fun with it. So that's all I'm worried about right now. Not worried about turning it into a super fast, silly horse-powered car. It weighs too much to be competition ready. But I like shaft drive cars, not belt drive. I just don't like the latency, that time between when you hit the throttle and when it actually decides it wants to do something. And that happens a lot with belt. You hit the throttle and then sometime next Tuesday it decides, oh, well, maybe I'll go. And I can't stand that. Or if you go from throttle to brake, sometimes the brakes just take forever and it sort of feels like you have spongy brakes. If I'm not going to put up with it in a real car, I'm not going to put up with it in my little one either. So I want something that's a lot more firm and there when I want it. Instead of it, just picking and choosing when it wants to work. So yeah, if you're in here, you're welcome to drop into the. Let me know you're here. If I don't know you're here, I can't say hi or answer your questions or anything that you would like me to do. Top of the head view because I drop stuff. If there's background noise, let me know. I'll try to fix it for you guys. See what I can do about that. Yeah, you don't need fancy holders, but it sure would help. But I'm just old school. I've done it this way for a long time. So it doesn't bother me a bit, really. Howdy, Nitro Freak. I was just talking about you earlier, how everybody was just taking a break between watching you and coming over here. Cyclops, or Cyclone, I'm sorry. Cyclone, John Paul, and Tony's Diecast had stopped in earlier. So, a couple of people checking in. Nice to see you here. Thank you for coming in. Hi, Alexis. How's it doing? Welcome in. This is the other side of RC. So Nitro Freak's always kind enough to show you the nitro and gasoline powered stuff. I do these E-word cars since 96. I've done them. So that's why I'm soldering up stuff. Just everybody has their own things they do. To each their own, right? Now we get to see how much my fingertips have gotten pansied over the years. It's been a long time since I've held something hot. And it's hot, yeah. 100% verifiable. So you're out playing around at work. That's what I keep getting told. I know work isn't play. Especially when you're out in that heat. I know where you're from, Lexus. It's hot. It's not exactly cool over here. Which is why I'm gravity. Which is why I'm inside. Not outside working on a hot rod or something like that, because it's well over 100 here. And I just don't want to play that game today. I spent too much of that time a couple weeks ago doing that. Soldering is very hot. So you think about it for you other people who haven't done this. It's a bit like trying to hold on to a set of spark plugs right after you got done running the car. Or like trying to pull the wires off the spark plugs right after you got done. Your fingers will suffer. But now that that's on, and they're almost kind of solders. They're not cold welds or anything, so I'll leave it. But yeah, the brand new Dean's plugs, they say they're high heat. I guess we'll find out. I'm not surprised you had bad thunderstorms, Lexus. I'm really not. It went from 100 degrees and like 16% humidity during the day yesterday here to at night before I went to bed around 11 o'clock or so. It shot up to 56% humidity at 88 degrees. I thought for a second I had moved to, well, where Nitro lives, really. I thought I was in some other part of the U.S. because that's not common for the desert. Technically, this being the desert, just about everything in California is the desert, short of actual mountains or the ocean. And voila, one Dean's plug installed. Not playing with little buggies. So now, I don't have to worry about using up other batteries. As you can see, this is one of the other lithiums I have. And it's all well and good, works just fine. I mean, it even has that little stick pack appearance, so it'll fool people. But it's straight Dean's. So, kind of stuck. But I can use that now. I need to change the plug on that. That's got a Traxxas plug, but it is a 3-cell. And I don't know if that speed control will take a 3-cell. It's a just stock from Hobbywing. But I know it'll take my NiCads. They're not great for power or anything like that, and they weigh a ton, but I suppose if it's a really slick track, like you can't get any traction no matter what you do, tossing a heavy battery in it with not that much punch might actually help. As long as it'll keep from hitting the voltage cutoff. If it hits the voltage cutoff, then you're not going to make it around the track. But yeah, to give you an idea, now that I have that done, I can stick that in and voila. I don't have to worry about using just 2 different batteries for everything. So that's done. To be honest, I'm going through what I was going to do today quicker than I thought, but that's okay because it's going to take me a while to figure out why OG monster truck doesn't work, so I'll have time. Did you make it back into the chat, Lexus? I mean, I would hope that you relaxed for a minute or two, went and got a drink, whatnot. Hope dinner's something good for you, Nitro. I also have a Panos body. I need to paint up for this. But there's a specific Panos car I want to use as a template. Instead of just any old paint job or matching it to mine. Let's see. I have pictures of it on my phone, so that's what I'm staring down at. Lexus, Nitro Freak, if you guys want to give me some feedback as to what I'm doing right or what I'm doing wrong. That would be good. I probably should be talking more. Hi, Guru. How goes it? So, I don't know how well you can see. Just get rid of the blinding lights from my chandelier, but anyway, Panos did a electric car, a hybrid, and I have that body. I just need to paint it and sticker it for that car. So I'm thinking of doing that. I was gonna get Bitchin' Bodies to do it, but to be quite honest, I don't get paid enough. It's not that his work's bad, but I can't afford to pay for his work. He's actually local to me, reasonably speaking, too. Check in with the other people in my life. That's done. Week Warrior, how's it going? Welcome in. All you've missed is a Dean's plug and me putting the tires and wheels on the little guy. Did that while I was waiting for people to pop in here. Good chance I'm going to be bringing the Saturn Iron out later, but I'm going to pack it away for now. Like I said, I don't know exactly what's wrong with my old car here. Not this guy. This one's fine. Its biggest problem is I haven't gone through and changed out the little pieces I should, but I'll get back to that later. Maybe. You ever heard of a round to it? So a round to it's when you make a C shape when you start at the bottom, but you never really get around to the other side. Round to it. There's a lot of projects in my life that are around to it. Putting a Dean's plug on this was one of them. And then figuring out why my other car, my tow rig won't work, but hopefully I'll take and get rid of that problem today. Some of you probably watching later. I think I know everybody in here right now, unless they haven't checked in. But they might be wondering, you guys might be wondering, well, why would she run a Viper body? It's not a sedan body, it's not a race car body. It is legal for US GT. That's what those tires are for. To run this body. Although I'm not supposed to have the larger wing that didn't come with it, or the little flaps on the side, or the vintage Grand Am tires, Grand Trans Am tires for that matter. But I'm not running it in races right now, so. Lexus, I'm not going to bug you for questions about that type of stuff. I'm just more worried about, hey, how's my lives going? Because this is the first time I've gone live on YouTube. I've done some stuff on Instagram. Nothing big, nothing YouTube stuff. This is actually the first time. Thank you, Weekend Warrior. So. that is functional. Now we move to stuff that's not. So I'm one of the weirdos. I still like brushed motors, like old school brushed motors. Hi, Big John D. What's up? So I have an old Super Rooster. Yeah, lighting may vary, but it's an old Super Rooster. I've done some stuff to put a fan on it. Already has its Dean's plugs, and then I did some detachable cables. So if any of the cables ever get caught in something, it's going to pull the cable out as opposed to making me bust this thing open and do repair work on the board, which gets tedious. I have done it. It's not my favorite thing to do. So let's get this guy up here. Well, if you like old school RCs, yeah, this one's, like I said, 96. Behind that boat's a white boat from 1989. And sitting upstairs, I have my RC10, one of those original A-stamp chassis. I did a unboxing video on that, so yeah. Thank you. This used to be a Stampede. Once I get the body off and start moving it around, you guys will see just how much I've tweaked it, I guess. How much it's not a Traxxas anymore. For example, the shocks, slipper clutch, all different cars. Because I used to do racing a lot. Thank you guys. You don't have to say they're nice. I know what they are. But it is good to hear. But this one is one of my more unique ones. Let's get the adapter off. I don't need. It's old. The chassis is actually from a Slash that I was given. And then there's a bunch of other stuff. I actually had stolen my son's speed control because I wanted to see if I could get it to work. And if that's what the problem was. Servo in that is a Aerotronics from 2000s-ish. Back when you could get it, it's a 200-ounce servo. And just one of those really expensive ones, which is fine because I haven't had a single problem with it, which is the best thing in the world. I like stuff I don't have to worry about, and I've never had to worry about that. So I am wondering if maybe it's the receiver that's starting to take a siesta on me. All that type of stuff. So glad to see you guys hanging out, talking amongst yourselves. It's all well good to me. You don't have to. I would love to see all that. I'm not going to pull all my RC stuff out for you guys, because if I did, well, I mean, I might during one of the lives when they let me use my cell phone. So right now I don't have, I have 80 subs and not very much like watch time, so. The way YouTube is, they're not going to let me go live on my cell, so. That's fine. Yeah, I made a battery bar that's graphite out of a old Losi bar from an old Double X, because I have a lot of Double X and Triple X race cars. It's where the caster blocks came from, sway bars, that type of stuff. Does have my trailer hitch on it for towing stuff around. I have a enclosed box trailer for my on-road car. If you've never done a live yet, I'm going to let you know right now, don't just plan on hopping in and doing one. YouTube will make you check in basically and wait 24 hours regardless of the type of platform. So you're not going to be able to just hop in and start a live. Just to let you know. You're going to want to plan on jumping in the day before or 2 days before. Like I did it 2 days before I checked in and I was going to go live. Had a day off. But YouTube said, no, you have to wait. So I had to wait. I remember to put this back in my son's car. Yes, plan ahead. Plan ahead. Or like tonight before you go to bed, just click go live. And I don't think it's really going to expire, but it's going to make you verify your email. That's all it really does. And then it has a 24-hour timer. If you just remember that, you should be okay. So, half of that's Phillips and half of that's some sort of hex, of course. Talk about plan ahead, make sure to get your screws to match, but whatever. The other toolbox is down there. And this thing's big enough. It is like working on a nitro, an A-scale nitro. I mean, it is so big. These are actually the original rear control arms. They're up front now, and then I have Losi race tire or race control arms up front. Yeah. This is kind of my mad scientist-y car. I might just pull the transmission out and let you guys see it, because that's a real work of art. If you have any idea what a Traxxas transmission looks like, this one's nowhere near. Shoot. Sorry, headphone users. Even just regular users. A little klutzy. Like, oh, my ears. Sorry. This bumper here is the original rear bumper for a Slash, but all this dirty stuff here, this all used to be a wheelie bar. A wheelie bar specifically for the Traxxas. I cut it because it used to just have the four holes. But it bent right away. It just tacoed and gave right up, so I quit running it and turned it into a rear bumper. That's my little trailer hitch, so mounts on the bottom, got a little ball stud, and then on the trailer, which I pull out later or on a different video, I'll do do a different live on it or something. It just has a little Longford tie rod and a ball end. It just pops on there. I am doing this with a Chromebook. My cell phone's actually busy doing screensavers. Because it's kind of nice to see all that. I mean, I guess I could try to set it up, but it's a little complicated. With your phone, Nitro Free can help me out with this if he's still around. Maybe also Lexus. But if you're doing it with your phone, you have to have a certain number of subscribers. I think it's like 500. And I have 80. So I can't do it with my phone. I have to do it with a actual device. So Chromebook it is. Which isn't bad. It could be better, but it's not really that bad. Trying to figure out what my next wrong move is going to be. Oh. I forgot there's bolts on the other side of those nuts, so to speak. Because, yeah, this is an RPM trans case, and that means now my control arms are all free and loose here. That's how long it's been since I've worked on this. I forgot it was whichever trans case. And yeah. Hi to Wades. Pleasure to see you. Shane's RC Hobbies. Adventures, what's up? I've popped into a few of your live streams, so thank you for coming in. Yeah, we're just wasting time here. Kind of what everything is when you're playing with toys, right? But it's all well and good. It's all fun. Let's see. Either way, I'm going to have to take the shocks off. Right? No. Maybe not. I gotta liberate the transmission because, simply put, if it's got resistance in it, that's probably why it's killing my speed controls. Which I'd hate to think it killed my speed control. I like my old Super Booster. It just always worked. There's certain places for brushless. These two, brushless. But there's certain places where if you have your old car, I mean, brushed is the way, but I want to go with it. So, these two. Yeah, again, it's been a while since I've been in this car, so truck. Atrocity, as I call it. Since it's a cross of Associated Traxxas and Low Seats and Atrocity. And yeah, again, welcome in, guys. Thank you for coming in, stopping by, posting. Feel free to use my chat to chat amongst yourselves. I am trying to actually pay attention to everybody. So, with that, there's the ugly transmission, freed from its chassis. And yeah, it's completely different than most. is nowhere near the same as everything else. Willfully inadequate as far as tools on the bench. That's why you keep seeing the top of my head. Like I didn't plan anything or anything. Who plans this stuff out? I mean, it'd make for a fun little live anyway, right? If there's glare or anything like that, short of my glasses, I can't really do anything about that. I take these off and I'm blind as a bat in a thunderstorm. So, can't do that. On the shelf behind me is not a clodbuster. I really wish I had one of those, but it's one I've never been able to get my hands on. This is a SMT-10, the axial truck. It's got a few things on it. I've got the lower links that are aluminum. I did get upper links that were aluminum, but they bent. So I took them off, put the stock plastic links on. Chinese stuff. This one's Plum Crazy. I don't know if you can read it, but that's Plum Crazy. I still haven't gotten a name for that. I thought of one earlier, but I don't know if I'm going to go with it. I do wish I had a clodbuster. That would be cool. But yeah, I do have to get a clodbuster. I had 1 million. I'd say 1 million. Maybe if I'm counting all the pieces and parts. But I have a whole lot of Traxxas stuff. And that's just generally like where my background is. So the SMT-10, it started out as a Max D truck. And not this last hobby town I worked at, but the first one, it was in their return room. Somebody bought it. It smoked the speed control, and they brought it back wanted their money back. Somebody who hasn't dealt with RC cars much. So they brought it back. I picked it up for way too much money than I should have without a radio or a working speed control. But it's the first solid axle truck I've gotten. 6 or 7 clodbusters. Yeah, I've worked on clodbusters, so I know clodbusters. And actually, you might be interested in that. I think the camera has it backwards, but it's an old M2 system, dual brushed motor. Hey, if you are, let me know. I hooked it up once and couldn't get it to work right so it does have soldered ends, but it's all there. Both motors, the speed control. Nothing's gnarled up. It's like a brand new kit. I've tested the motors, but that's it. As far as I know, we're all doing good, Addict. Yeah, if you ever look at all my stuff, I might be an addict. It's all brand new, updated for independent motor mode, so you don't have to have the programmer with it. It was something that came out right before Novak took their dive. So unfortunate they took their dive because more than half of my speed controls are Novaks. So Anyway, old brush motor out. So this, like I said, it's an RPM trans case that I whittled all the back of it off because I had been doing this kind of modification for quite a while. But I whittled the entire back section of it off and grafted it to this aluminum motor plate, which is actually off of a Losi Double X, which is why I can get away with the clear gear cover. And then this is Associated's 2-disc slipper clutch system, because that much weight actually made it hard for it to transmit the power through a regular speed control. Yeah, a twin brushless system, like a 860 Hobbywing, I think it is. I mean, I could probably try one of those in this. It still has an old EVX. I've got an extra one of those laying around. Not that anyone can see it, but yeah, I've got a bunch of old school stuff. So, including precise cutting instruments. So I actually have a armature lathe for this stuff. This sounds crusty, but I mean, it doesn't seem like that's the problem. It's not full of resistance or anything. It's got a fat ton of dirt on it, I'll say that. Well, it's cool. This setup. Thank you. Have gotten a lot of people give me flack. They're just unhappy with the fact that I put this much work into a Traxxas. And I mean, you're not gonna learn how to fix stuff if sometimes you're not learning how to make things better. Nowadays with the crawlers, that's kind of a normal thing. Everybody is used to having to do their own custom setup and whatnot, but back in the day, nobody liked to see you playing with things that weren't race cars, or God forbid you did what I did and took your Stampede out on the racetrack. That would irritate just about everybody. I had a workspace that was like actually clean, and then I started working, and yeah, guess what? Like I said, I haven't torn into this car in 2 years. Because it was running like a top. I'm going to have spots on my glasses for the rest of the day. Oh well. Take care. Have fun at Bass Pro Shops. I know you can get lost in there. I do fish too. Something it's been forever since I've done a good solid fishing trip. I might be here for a while because, like I said, I've still got to figure out why the electronics were giving me such flack. I mean, besides they're from the 2000s. I'm sure that has something to do with it, but we've been running so well, and then just one day it just didn't want to work. Naturally, as soon as I take it out to the racetrack to show off the truck and trailer, that's when it didn't want to work. That stuff's cold. Okay, well, I think I will have to pull that apart. Sand trap. Random rags. A bunch of those. I do wish there was a way that people could actually chat in the chat instead of just typing. That would be cool. Let's see. Remember, I haven't done a live, so I'm going to see what works and what doesn't. So, Addict is the only one here. Wade just left. And I do get to see my comments after I go back. Alexis is here, but it doesn't say he is. Wade's is here. It doesn't say he is. Well, that's standard YouTube, isn't it? Don't believe it, kids. Don't always believe what the YouTube says. And the one thing I have managed to do by changing all of this is put twice as many screws into this as I needed. It's not like they were short screws before. And of course, fine thread. Been a while. Alright, take care. Well, I'm gonna keep plugging away. I figure I may as well stream this if I'm doing it. No sense in not. As you might have noticed, I'm not one of those that's begging for subs or anything like that. You guys are all big kids. You're gonna do what you want. I'm not here to push you. My most popular video is not actually RC related. It's putting a blower motor in my Buick. So, perhaps maybe I don't have very many viewership for the RC stuff. Which, fine. Silicone. Modern marvels. You drop one tomorrow, I will look after I get back from work. Or before. Depending on when I go in. But I should be subbed to your channel, Wade, so I should get a notification. So I was trying to make sure I was subbed to just about everybody I could. I would love to have the memory to remember how I got this thing all dirty. I don't remember where I ran it, where I got it all dirty. So not that it really matters, right? It's supposed to be dirty. It's an RC car. If it's not dirty, it's been sitting on a shelf and then it's been mistreated. There is more than one way to mistreat an RC car, or a real car for that matter. So I'm guilty of the latter. My real cars are sitting in storage, kind of rusting. Because frankly, it takes a lot to run those in cash. I mean, okay, it's not just the parts, but they don't exactly run off a regular for the most part. A few of them do, sure. But also, I couldn't have the motor for my Buick sitting up here while I change the oil pump on it. I mean, I suppose I could, but... Welcome, Lexus. Good to see you're still here. I'm not surprised Freak didn't get any notifications, Wade. YouTube is what it is. So, you can't really rely on it to send out stuff. I didn't send the link out because I didn't have a StreamYard going or anything like that. I still have to work out how StreamYard works. The biggest deal with that, though, is literally my cell phone is what I'm running my internet off of. So I usually can't do both. It will kick. I've tried being on StreamYard with Nitro before, and it would just kick me out because I didn't have enough bandwidth. So I can't really do that. Maybe this coming month, maybe if they give me a hospital room all to myself for my back surgery, then it's after the 15th. I should have full bars. So, well, who would you like me to put as a mod? I'm welcome to putting you. Welcome to putting Wade's. I mean, if you guys want me to put you as a mod, let me know. I don't see why not. I'm not going to make everybody a moderator. As standard protocol, you really don't want to do that. So, you're a mod. Anybody else wants to volunteer for it, let me know. I'll click on your name. I would arbitrarily make Nitro Freak a mod, but I know he said he doesn't really like doing that, and I'll respect that. Big John, I believe you're a mod over at Nitro's, right? If you guys end up not wanting the mod position on this channel, because I'm not really going to be up here very much. I don't know. But judging from past history. So if you guys don't want it, or you end up like getting tired of it, by all means, let me know. I'll turn it off. But and you're welcome to drop links and stuff like that, Lexus, if that's what you want to be doing. I know you seems like you like doing that. I'm more worried about the crud coming in, but because I don't have it on subs mode. I was considering it, like putting it to where you have to be subbed for like 30 seconds or something like that, just to keep the bots away. But by the way, if you hear funky cat noises, it's because I have a funky cat who's trying to pretend he's Ghost Kitty. I'll show him to you if he gets close enough. That's enough silicone off for now. Yeah, feel free to drop your links, especially. And if you guys are going to be in here and help me out, yeah, don't be ashamed or shy or anything of that nature. I present to you Ghost Cat. His name's Rash. But yeah, when you hear those row, that's him. He likes to make loud noises, but doesn't like to be held. Grab everything else I'm gonna need. Maybe I won't have to duck down. And again, when life tells you you should just give up and break out the little toolbox, you give up and you break out the little toolbox. So I'll probably be on a few hours with this first one, since I gotta tear this. I'm not gonna make any of you guys stick around. I won't beg or plead for that, because yeah, everybody has a life. Haha, found it. It's probably just, what, 3 of you, maybe 4 of you in here? The Weekend Warrior's still here. So Big John, Lexus, Weekend Warrior, and Wade's. You guys are the ones that it shows me are still here. I wonder if Shane's is here. If you're here, Shane, say hi. I have no problem with his link being shared. None whatsoever. He's also a very good guy. So, any of you interested, this is that associated slipper clutch. It has a total of 3 steel plates. So we got one here, one clutch, another in between steel plate, all the steel plates key up in the front. These steel plates key up to the actual hub here. The hub, gravity works. The hub is then keyed to the input shaft, and it's keyed much the same way early Losi cars were. This is actually, if I remember correctly, this might be the correct adapter to run Losi and Associated, but they also make a I've made Losi top shafts work in a Traxxas transmission. Fifth Scale Garage, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you for coming in. So yeah, this is not the same as what you guys are used to watching on Nitro's channel. All these parts are about half the size for starters. And when he talks about clutches, you can almost think of that like full size as opposed to these. These are actually almost closer to automatic transmissions. A steel and a paper. Automatic transmission cars work that way. Steel and a paper smushed together. And that's how it creates the tension. If I need that to come off, I'll take it off later. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had that apart. It's all crusty now. Now, I'm not like some of the other YouTubers who work on their stuff with power tools. I mean, I know that hurts for the ears. That's never nice. And like I've had these tools since the 2000s. That's how old they are. I've not been breaking any of them or anything like that. Yeah, for fifth scale, I bet they use weed eater clutches. I would imagine so. I have a drill. I have power tools, but I've never really used power tools, whether I'm working on small stuff or working on big stuff. I just don't seem to do it. Even all my tools and stuff for full-size cars are just simple ratchets and ratcheting wrenches and stuff like that. I mean, well, look, I have Ryobis. Okay, I do. Made in China, and I could use it, but I mean, it takes a while. Now I'll have to take this out of the wrench. I think one of these isn't the same as the others. There, see? Use the power tool. Eye bubbles. Technically, if you ask the husband, that drill's his anyway, so fine. I've been good, Bubbles. What about you? Yeah, I just don't like using power tools. It's a personal preference thing. I used to try and use power tools all the time, but kept breaking stuff that way. And I guess truly the fear is when I broke off a lug stud in an ambulance when I worked as a mechanic's assistant. And they wouldn't let me take it to the shop to fix it. That irritated me. Because the shop was just down the street. I'm like, just let me take the me take this drum over there real quick and just have them pop a new stud in it. And they're like, no, it'd take too much time. Well, then why'd you hand me the dagnabbit air ratchet without telling me it wasn't set to click off? Believe we are all trying to survive, Bubbles. Every one of us. The way I see it, though, is there's no real reason to complain about whatever's going on. Our complaining isn't going to really change anything. So, worrying about it, it's not worth it. Yeah. Still more screws. Yeah, it's been a while. I even remember where all the screws are. I should paint the screws silver. You're putting one out tonight, huh? I guess I know what I'll watch for bedtime. There we go. Sounds of a case cracking open. Okay. Yeah, there's some crud in the gears. It is an old car, but I've done all the newer transmission goodies to it. It's probably, I mean, very honestly, it's going to be on par with that 2.27R, which I believe they stole a bunch of my ideas. Traxxas did. On the old Traxxas cars, the gear cover would always hit the axle on this side. So I had taken and cut the gear cover. Kind of like I did here. Cut it a little right here. And lo and behold, 10 years later, whatever it was, they came out with that. I guess they waited just long enough to make sure I couldn't sue them for copyright something. But all that stuff's on a free server site. I have an actual website with all of that still up. Like, it doesn't even have this transmission. It has this idea, but it doesn't have this transmission. It just has one from when I was doing the Traxxas transmissions. I've got something like 20 RC cars, I think. So I suppose I'd have the rest of the weeks of the year covered if I did like one car a week. Especially if I did one car and then ran it. Like later on, I'd have videos to go up. Not an RC, my favorite. I'll have to try and find you a picture of it, but That right there. Bubbles, that's my 74 El Camino. This is my first car. I paid $500 for it. My father and I put a big block Chevy in it. Made it look like a 68, 69 Camaro. And when we got done with it, it made so much power, it would destroy drive shafts. I still have it. It is my favorite vehicle. Not to say any of my other 10 don't have spots in my heart, but that is the one I won't get rid of. And I actually do want to pull it and its sister out of retirement here. I'm hoping that the job will help with that. Seeing as it's an auto parts store job and I get 20% off on pieces. If I clear more than what rent and utilities and all that happy horse hockey is, then I can start throwing money at that. Just kind of why I don't have any brand new batteries for RCs or anything like that, because if I have money, I've got to spend it on either bills or fixing the full-size cars. Keep in mind, it's been so long since I've registered that car and a bunch of other ones that the registration alone is going to be over $1,000 for like each one of the ones I want to get back on the road. So right now, we're rocking the reasonably inexpensive Ford truck and the free Roadmaster wagon as dailies because the registration never lapsed on them. And these aren't sad stories, folks, like other people have done. It's not sad stories. That's just the facts of what's going on with them and why you don't see, in camera or in-car camera and stuff like that. Because to go live and show you them, I need to do that on my cell. And if it's not going to let me yet, then I can't do that. I just have to shoot, I can shoot videos. There's videos up with all my cars. Every single car I've got's got some sort of video time. So at some point you guys can check that out. But you're welcome to treat this as kind of like a Q&A. What have you ever wanted to ask Jessica about? The Sabres, yeah, the Sabres are nice. Big old cruisy boatmobiles. That's kind of all I do. The Ford truck in question is an 86 diesel. So, even that's old. The youngest vehicle in the fleet is a 2002 Yukon. Right now, it's at the body shop because it had an unfortunate incident. So, it's got to get some work done to it. I did not cause the unfortunate incident, have you know? But I did have an unfortunate incident. So right now it's getting a front end put on it. Also, one of the videos I have up. And I'm not going to sit here and beg and plead for your time, because we all have people we watch. We all are people making videos. Every single one of you I think I've seen has a channel of their own, so we all have our own commitments. Do I appreciate it if you wander over? Am I very appreciative you're here? As the condition shakes too much, that means I'm low on coffee. So, break time, right? I live off of coffee. But one of the reasons I'm getting so carried away right now in this transmission and all that is I have to give up smoking because of my back surgery coming up. And giving up smoking cigarettes is not an easy thing to do. And the best thing I've found to do that is to give myself something else to do. This is a real good something else to do. Maybe it's not as productive as, say, doing the dishes, cleaning house, whatever like that, but it is a lot more mentally satisfying and keeping me from wanting to try and find something to smoke on. Note to self, when cleaning something out, don't point it towards you. 66 Volkswagen, those are simple. Those are like Lincoln Logs. 92 Town Car, I have a funny story on that. Mazda 929S, so that's a stick shift 4-cylinder 2-door, correct? 09 Escalade, yeah, that's a big yacht. IS 250 rear-wheel drive 4-cylinder. I don't think it had a turbo. So 4-door, huh? Okay. I'm not that up on some of the Mazdas. And then an ES 350, that's 4 doors, rear wheel drive, 3.5 liter that Lexus and Toyota have been using for a very long time. Wouldn't mind getting one of their V8s. I mean, sleeper. 6-cylinder. So pistons in it like that. With town car. So the funny story I have with a town car. My family friend had a town car, and he finally decided he wanted to get rid of it. Nothing wrong with it other than he was moving, so he didn't need all. And he gave it to my dad. My dad drove it around for a while and then interfaced with something solid and just wiped the nose right off of this town car. And me having a station said, well, why don't we just load everything up in the station wagon and then we'll just take it take it down to the junkyard, see if we can find a front end for it. So if I can't find the picture in your mind a giant Buick Roadmaster, which was like a Chevy Caprice wagon, with the entire front end of a Lincoln Town Car, hood, fenders, grill, yada, 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 entire front end. In the back of this wagon, still carrying 4 people. And I couldn't get the glass or the tailgate to shut, but it all fit in and it didn't fall out. Now, mind you, I didn't have to go very far, so that was kind of nice. But, yeah, I had an entire front end of a town car in my station wagon. Just because that was how we were going to do it. Basically, the only way. Sure, we could have went and got a U-Haul, but where's the fun? There's a little problem when you have so many pictures on your phone, because that's the only thing you have to keep pictures on, really. The problem becomes finding the picture you're looking for. And I'm not going to bore you guys, so I do have picture evidence of it. If you guys really do need to see it that bad, I have evidence that I've done that. I will say there is a different car. It might be my favorite as well. Just because it's been in the family so long. My dad I have possession of it now because of his stroke. Coma. But, a 1964 Chevrolet station wagon. Something else I won't get rid of. I guess permanently gonna be in the family. But all that stuff's on my channel, so at your leisure, you guys can watch all of that. Yes, please like and leave a thumbs up. Maybe subscribe. 85 Chrysler 5th Avenue. Yeah. If I remember right, though, that was a K car. Alright. Yeah, Lexus, that 3.56 that's in those cars, those ESs, they're pretty stout. Town car was right around a 92, just like that one was. And yeah, we had the entire car in it, in the back. Cross my heart. It was all in there. There's some of the other ones. Those all exist right now. That's my dad's wagon in the middle. I still have these 2 Roadmasters, and then there's my 2-door and the husband's 84 pickup. So with a 318, that would make it one of the last full-size Chryslers made. Oh yeah, 300 and 2 horsepower out of a 3.5 is doing real good. My 350 cubic inches in the Buicks are making 285 horsepower, but a buttload of torque. Like 340 foot. It is the wood grain. I have 3 of those wood grains. Hi, JM. I have 3 of those Roadmaster wagons. So they're full size, V8, 4-speed trans, posi in the back from the factory. So both tires spin, and it will spin both tires. And then it's 3, 3, and 2 for seating. And yeah, with the rear seat, which folds down, so the middle and the rear seat both fold down, kind of like that. In the rear seat, you're looking out the back of the car. So we call it the history seat. And it has one of those tailgates where it goes down or it folds out. So it does both. So far, I haven't messed with any of them. There's I haven't put Flowmasters or anything like that. The cars are dual exhaust from the factory, including 2 catalytic converters. So 2 pipes all the way down. Very nice. That happens total, then take them out. Because you make an insurance claim on a 94 Buick Roadmaster wagon, the insurance company is going to be like, well, how much do you want for it? Because a $2,000 dent's more than the car's worth in their eyes. So it's, that's kind of where I'm at right now with my gold car I have, is it has a bunch of problems with the side of it. I wish I could just say I missed Racing Jam, but all my race cars are like old double X's or that or that. And none of them are close. Like, I can race the asphalt one at my local hobby town, except I'm like all by myself there. See you later, Bubbles. Go charge up the phone, go get something to eat, chill out, and relax. That's what's important. So yeah, I guess, it's kind of a question anymore. How many wagons does it take to become the wagon queen? Three Roadmasters, 2 Chevelle wagons. And that's 5 wagons all by the self. Because I'm not counting the Yukon as a wagon. That's a truck. The Roadmasters are real nice. Unless you have to work on the motor. So, do you know where the distributor is on that motor, Lexus? It does have a distributor. It's not distributorless like your Lexus is. It does have a spinny thing. A 3S in an infraction. That should be fine. Pardon. Because the infractions were like 6S and such, but technology the way it's going, yeah, I imagine it may as well be a success. You get so much amperage out of one of those 3S's now. That's how they make jump boxes, by the way, for real cars. Just a couple of 3S, big old 3S batteries tied together for the amperage. As you can tell, just because I'm working on RCs doesn't mean we have to stick to talking about that. So, whatever you guys want to throw up in there and see what sticks to the wall, I'm open. Thank you, Lexus. I would return the favor, but as far as I'm aware, I don't have a community tab. Because I believe you have to have, X number of subscribers and whatnot. So I don't think I have a community tab. Nine-turn brushed system? Nine-turn sounds like a brushless number. I'm not saying you're wrong, but it sounds like a brushless number. Because I could see that being like a 19-turn. I suppose yeah, they had 9 turns. We would use them in light little buggies, like a little double X or whatnot. I remember them being used there. Never did play around with one of those because I could break my buggy with a 27 turn just fine. This would have usually I'd try to put a 12-4 in this. But there's so few people who know what brushed motors are, let alone how their turn ratings go. And I'm not making fun of you. It's just that's, the way of the world. It's a smaller infraction, so it's a new one. It's been almost exactly a year since I was at Hobbytown, or since I got hired there. I had a year. There's still epoxy on my bracelet somewhere from the floor. We had to put a floor in. That's how little of that shop was there when I started. Well, having 81 supporters means somebody here was gracious enough to add their name to the list, so thank you very much. The look you give yourself when you put the wrong bearing in the wrong spot because you're not renting enough attention. Oops. But just fine. Gravity works. Okay, now return to your regularly scheduled programming. Yeah, these are all Metal Gears, top, middle, bottom. Everything in this metal. So it does sound like a steam engine. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the Mega one or that smaller one. Simply because I just haven't been around it. I've been trying to get other things done. Working across the street from Hobbytown where I did work, though, I still go over there and like bug the guys. I'm one of those where I can just walk in and I don't get a hi because they know me. Yeah, but you're you. You know. So I can still walk behind the counter and like I work there. I walked in the other day. It's like, yeah, you're welcome to go look in the back and see if you can find what you need. So I'm not getting your stuff. You know where everything is. Just making sure, since I don't work here anymore, technically. With YouTube and the way subs are, you have to do all kinds of work to make sure to keep that sub up. So it's not always easy. And honestly, I'm not here, like I said, I'm not here to plain a rag on anybody for any of that kind of stuff. We all have our own lives. I have to go back to work tomorrow just like anyone else. Sell car parts to people. Full-size car parts. I do wish some people knew what they had there, but my company would not like it if I kept going, because my views do not represent the company in which I work for. I did not plan on having this transmission apart today, to be very honest. It just kind of happened. Namely because it does take a lot to put it back together. If you're somebody like Lexus who isn't familiar with RCs, this is not normal RC car procedure. If you ever see me working on this especially, nothing I do with it is normal RC car procedure ever, because there's nothing normal about it. But I'm happy with that. I like to work on them. So the fact I've made it like 5 times more complicated is okay with me. But yeah, Alexis, I know you're not familiar with little cars. These are little cars. But this is the exception. So that one and that one, the drive gears are ring and pinion, just like you'd find in the differentials of a regular car. There's not, if you can do a regular car, you can do an RC car. There's some electronics you'll have to figure out, but I mean, honestly, you're probably young enough to actually be able to work on all those. I mean, you can do, you know, computers better than I do, so you'd be fine. Should you ever choose to want to get into it, I really don't see why you would have any problems. They're really not that bad. And really easy, like, have you ever ran a tuner program on a full-size car? Hooked your laptop up to the OBD2 slot and reprogrammed it? You just nod your head if you don't want the emissions people knowing. Here in California, that's like big juju no-no. Oh my, you messed with something. You changed its smog. Oh no. Yeah, it changed its smog and gave it more horsepower. You know what else I did? I also made it more efficient. It produces less emissions now. Oh yeah. If there's one sponsor I want, it's that. I would love to have an endless supply of CRC stuff. That much I'll say. Cool. Little black things are popping out of the trans. Go figure. Right up silicone. There's a reason for all this. That's a drain plug. Well, actually, that's a fill plug. That's the top fill plug. So I take this one out, put the oil in here, So when it comes out of that one, I stop. And when I mean oil, I mean motor oil. Regular, good old-fashioned 5W30 motor oil. So let's go up here. The way I figure it, transmission's all Metal Gear now. Grease gets slung off. Motor oil is designed to stick to stuff, doing just exactly what that is. All Metal Gear, slinging around at a high RPM. So why mess with something that already works? Green Frog, how goes it? Welcome in. Pleasure to have you guys here, hanging out with me. Otherwise, it'd be very, very boring with just me and the two cats who have left me. They're probably upstairs guarding my bed, in case it decides to grow legs and walk away. Another reason I don't use power tools is I'm going into some very thin 30-something-year-old aluminum that I can't find anymore. Like, there's no way I can go out and get a double X motor plate again, aside from the 8 of them I have upstairs. So I really don't want to use a power drill and have it strip it out. Because that would be grounds for crying in a drink. I don't want to do that. Technically that's blue, but you can use the smaller inch here as long as you don't get them too tight. That's going straight into plastic, and I can already feel it bumping. Which is why I use hand tools. I do not like purchasing new parts just because I got into a rush and stripped something out. I'd rather save the money for something like getting new tires, since I don't know if you guys can see the cracks, but I mean, they're only 20 years old. Can't imagine why those are breaking. Also why I only kind of use it as a tow rig. I haven't ran it on a racetrack or really hard in quite a while. I used to run the thing like crazy. One of the shortest videos I have is just a bunch of clips of two videos, two short videos. One of them has that truck before I made it way big, and the other one has a little RC18 buggy. You guys remember those, the original ones before they called them the Reflux? Like when they were shaft driven, not belt driven. And I had a rare earth magnet motor in it from an airplane. Tremendous amount of torque, so I could gear that thing all kinds of crazy. Like giant spur gears for it and little itty bitty pinions. Giant pinions. I could gear the thing almost 1-to-1. I really probably could have just hooked the dang nabbit drive shaft straight up to the motor, and I don't think it would have cared. But that thing would, if it was on carpet, it would wheelie when you hit throttle. And if you were on carpet and you came to a full stop, it would actually front stop. If you kept it that way, it would flip. I missed that car. I went to sell that car. Somebody in Australia, and they decided they were going to let me send the car, but not bother sending me the payment. And this was before PayPal. Coffee. Yeah, thank you, Lexus. What the? No, that's nice and free. But I'm not gonna run it. Green Frog, is this your first time meeting Lexus? As I know you, Green Frog, are from Tank and a couple other places usually. Remember all the pieces, Jessica. There we go. Green Frog Lexus hangs out on Nitro Freaks. He also has his own channel, of course. You get time, stop in at either Nitro Freak or Lexus's channel. They're really good people. I appreciate you being here. You must have gotten a notification, because this is not this is my first live, so I didn't send out any emails or share it out or anything like that. I was just trying to see how the stream would work. Frankly, if my hotspot would let it happen, can continue to actually let me stream. But yeah. Well, we should all be striving to look for new content and everything like that, and not just stick in our ways. And there's a lot of people out there, and you can learn stuff. You get stuck in your ways. That's never good. They're not dead yet. Yeah, he is. I hope I'm not working the day or two he decides to do his 24-hour stream. But I could probably set one up and do one myself, but I think I'm starting to get up to my age department. So staying up 24 hours, I could do it. I could get a hold of my husband and spend more time on the phone with him and kind of get used to being up that late. I don't know as I really want to, but I could. So I'll stay up and be on a stream. I'm not gonna butt in on that really. As far as taking that whole I am and still or have been and am on a news channel. Like I actually do mod there too. They used to do 24-hour streams, so 12 and then 12. So like 11 hours 58 minutes, and then they'd start it back up and it would be basically a 24-hour stream. It grows a little weary though. You get a little tired. But it can be done. It can be done. Those are metal U-joints, so. Alexis, the next time I happen through Vegas, I'm going to have to try and get a hold of you. I mean, I definitely wouldn't say share your email inside of a YouTube chat. That's not going to do that to you, but. Like, I have Twitter, I have Reddit, Facebook, but Facebook. So I have a couple different outlets that you can get a hold of me. One of my videos, I might have my email up. I wouldn't use social media outlets. I wouldn't, but what it's worth, it's the only way I have to communicate with my family. They're down south. Always remember to brush your teeth, kids. And pick the fur out of them when you're done. Inside a cat. Oh, Alexis, don't worry. You're without people like you doing reviews on them, people like us wouldn't know what to go after. One of those holes is a drain plug. All of those holes are a drain plug. Okay. Like I said, it's been a while since I've worked on this thing. No, I don't want to glue it together. There it is. When I wear that tube out, I'm actually going to get Right Stuff, which cures in an hour. It won't take nearly as long. Happy birthday if I don't see you, Alexis. Mine was the 5th of this month. Made me 40 years old. We're right there in the same basic age range. My mom's a Leo. I'm a Cancer. Cancer born the year of the dog. I'll let you guys put that together. So I'm not monetized, so I could say it if I wanted to. I don't know if I have any Capricorns or Tauruses. So birthdays in my family seem to be grouped. My mom and my sister are in same as you, Alexis. August. Didn't say I could remember everything. But my dad and I are July. And my two other brothers are January. My twins are in October, so I guess, one, but all of my kids, all three of my kids are in October. Like 18 years and 5 days apart. I'm sorry to hear about your dad, Lexus. My dad, he is still alive. He's been in a coma for almost as long as your dad's been passed. He went into a coma on his birthday, July 8th, I think 2 years ago. I've heard of cirrhosis of the liver happening to people who don't drink. I always found that weird, but I have heard of it before. So yeah, it does happen. Thank you. So maybe I can put the goo away now, and I can definitely get the placemat up. Gravity works. Do not be afraid, little transmission. It won't hurt much. This is the part where every RC person out there is going to ask me what in the heck I'm thinking. This is part Pennzoil and part Lucas. And I use it on pretty much every transmission that I do now. Yeah, when you reach into the toolbox and you found out where it's been leaking. .280 is not bad, especially if you're over like 5'7". That's not horrible. I'm 5 foot even and I weigh like $129. Having kids will put weight on you. Something guys don't know about. Oh, it's one of those. Great. Wonder if I have an Allen wrench for that. It's looking more and more like I'm just gonna empty the syringe in there and call it a day. Like my dad did with my glasses just falling off. $190 at 5'10.5", yeah. Hey, it's doable. Stay away from bad diet stuff that like has just a whole bunch of caffeine or stimulants in it. And that's all it has. That stuff will just make you worse. I officially ran out of patience for looking for the right one, so in it goes. Wade, sorry to hear about your aunt. Sorry I didn't see it earlier. Concentrating. Much quieter. I'm tempted to go down and go jump in the hot tub out there too. Not my place, being a townhouse. But tempted. Not thoroughly tempted yet though. There's a lot of kids around and whatnot here. Just do wait before you go into this pool. Personally, I don't think I've ever experienced that, but okay. Never mind. Optical delusion. I kind of feel like I'm working on a cooked turkey right now if it all spread open like this. Wow. Again, I would love to know when I got this thing this filthy. Alright, who left my RC car dirty? I think I can figure out something between Tuesday and Friday. And keep in mind, I'm in Central California. I'm up here in Fresno. Wait, more chicken. Come on, in there. Kirks! Hi, Kirks. Definitely not trying to ignore anybody, but some of you might be laughing because it does appear like I am the proverbial monkey with the rather odd-looking football. Bye, JM. Oh, yeah, huh? Remember to put all the parts back where you got them from, kids. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are optional. Just not everybody sees it that way. Kurt, I am working on my very first RC car. This started out as a Traxxas Stampede in 1996. It is now very much a mutant. OC motor plate, RPM transmission case I cut so I could put the Losi motor plate on, associated slipper clutch, old Losi race truck arms. No one was going to tell me I didn't put the control arm in? Okay. You guys just want to laugh. I get it. I do that to Harley all the time. No, quiet, wait. It's no fun if you tell him you're screwing up. Yeah, I keep having problems with this thing not wanting to actually run, like speed control's going out. And I went through gravity. 2 different speed controls now. So I'm starting to wonder if it's not the speed control, but the fact that there was enough sand in the transmission that I probably could have repaved the beach. It's stable enough. So there's what the top side looks like. This is that Stampede, Kirk, that whenever I'm on a live chat with Tank or Shane or any of those guys, that I keep saying, I wish I had mine to show you. This is that one. This is the very weird freak of nature. I'm a little tired of it not working, so I want it to go again. If anything, just so I can put it as the tow car for my on-road back here, which I buried. You can just make out the Viper. Yes, lots of different cars slapped together. There's Traxxas, there's Associated, there's Losi. The shocks are all old school low C. There's, I don't think there's maybe one part. This front brace, I think I can just go buy that front brace without having to do anything to it. Yeah, otherwise, maybe the slider shafts. I could get those off the shelf. But otherwise, like the back plate, I have to drill extra holes for because I got tired of the transmission case separating, so it has 2 more holes here and longer screws, so it can't do the tracks as split. Because I'm just not going to have that. Here's the hoping these screws don't leak. Now that I took all of the silicone back off by taking it out. Use them, correct them, wrench them. I do swear to you guys, at one point in time, this was just your average Stampede. Came with a manual speed control. No slipper clutch, it was just direct drive. Didn't even have a painted body. Like all the new Ready to Run stuff has painted bodies and such. Mine did not come with a painted body. This is how we learned that you can't use engine block paint on a Lexan body. Tends to shrivel up, and now that Dodge Ram looks really funny. And this is the part of the show where you guys ask me, well, why didn't you just take the tires off in the first place? Right after I remember to put the trailer hitch on. If you are younger than me, and I'm 40, don't get old. If you are old, older than I am at 40, I know it doesn't get any better. My rims aren't old. They're only peeling. Wow. This tire is for display purposes only. That's the advantage of stickers, right? Being able to get into rims. That's how old the tires are. in there somewhere. Just think of your secretary. I don't have a secretary. Ah, nuts. Bad pun. Caution, bad pun joke ahead. Naturally, aluminum's non-magnetic. No, I don't think the stick and twig in there was actually what was causing the problem. Okay, I'll take the pin out and put it somewhere safe, I guess. If you're still in here, again, thank you for showing up. Thank you for hanging out. If you're a moderator, like all three of you, Alexis and Big D and Wades, thank you. Yeah, go eat, Alexis. We love to have you here, but don't starve yourself. Take a break from your moderator duties. Put down the mouse. I'm sure there's going to be a very specific reason why I didn't have it set up like this that I'll find out in the long run. We're looking right into the bright light. Wait. Hey, you do the DoorDash thing, Lexus? Or Uber Eats, or it's like several different kinds now. Couldn't find what you wanted, addict? Sorry. And what were you out looking for? A big top? Or just a camping tent? Yeah, go ahead. That means I get to see it too. Just as long as it's your channel, go right ahead, yeah. Yeah, I probably should have put Loctite on these bolts. There was no gear on the other side. It was easy. Or relatively speaking, at least. Stripping the screw, that must be tight enough. But I miss. Monday. Nine a.m. to 6. Mind you, on Pacific Standard Time, but I do work Monday. So I may not be able to see it. Or at least not in live. So is the problem of the creator. We as creators spend all of our free time, not at work time, taking care of what we weren't doing when we were doing YouTube, or what we weren't doing when we were at work. Therefore, finding time to watch other people's videos is not always easy to do. All 26 road. Yeah, monster / fits. I call it atrocity. Loci, Traxxas, associated customs stuff. And as much as it's been made fun of, yeah. Well, that motor I would need to fix. Well, I could. I'm not going to. I'd have had at least one of these PK2s. There's one. Fresh armature. I've noticed you don't show your face on your live streams. You're employed, so you can't be the Hunchback of Notre Dame, so I don't know why you don't. But personal preference, I guess. Raise your hand if you remember what a P2K is. Don't expect a lot of hands. And maybe like 1 or 2 people that'll view it after this live, but what the hell? It is a old stock motor. Brushed stock motor. The P stands for paradox. 2K meaning it came out in the 2000s instead of like the early one that was in the 90s. Second run. And the Paradox was the first stock motor for electric racing legally allowed to be taken apart. Before that, they were all closed in bell, technically non-rebuildable. You had to have this special lathe that went into the side of them. Hi, Ryan. Yeah, when you're visiting California, are you visiting northern, southern, central? That's a strong set of magnets. Something tells me this didn't have very many miles upon it. I'm square in the middle. Along the 99, so inland side of Fresno. That is a long drive, though, all the way from northern to southern. Good, solid day. Bear in mind, Northern California, you might be able to find some friendly folk that'll let you, like go in the station and use the restroom. Once you get to Southern California, no. Okay, I'm right next to Clovis. Like literally 2 more streets. That direction is Clovis. So we're not that far away. I'm not that far away from them, I should say. Hollister's not that far away. See you later, Kurt. Yeah, no one's obligated to stay. Moderator or not, I'm not going to force you to stay. You got things to do, stuff. I get it. It's kind of like Nitro, though. I'm going to be doing it. No reason why I shouldn't just start up a live. Yeah, you guys can jump over the Kurtz. I mean, I might do that myself. It depends. The heck are we on right now? Like 3.5 hours. So there's a lot of people that go live on Saturdays. I'm not gonna try and hog all of it. So you will not hurt my feelings if you go over there. I get it. Take care, Alexis. Thank you for coming in and being a moderator. If I'm still here, then I would be more than happy to have you back, Alexis. Yeah, it's about time to get another super glue. You know, I reckon I can pull a Nitro Freak and pull Kurt's live stream up on my phone. Wait, I saved yours for later. The one you just dropped. And I'll keep checking on Kurtz for when he goes live. So I have him pulled up. I'm just leaving my stream up because I want to see if I can get some more new subs up in here too. So why I don't have it set for subscribers mode, I just have the slow mode on. Partly so there's not like a million writings all the time. Slows the robots down too. Well, you didn't lose audio if that's what you're wondering. Just playing around with double stick tape. Do not let your switch get stuck underneath. Where's this happy window? There it is. Thank you, Wade. Again, if you gotta take off, take off. Go say hi to Kirk. Waiting for the pop-up. I just subscribed, so... And hit all the bells and everything, so it should tell me. Like I had said in the beginning, I do wish I could play music, but my luck, somebody will want to watch this later on when I do get monetized, and then they'll get all irritated about it. I am going to take a quick break while I wait for the soldering iron to heat up, so I will be right back. Hi, Angel Kiss. Welcome in. Ryan's still here. Wade's still here.
The trash. Whole time I was gone.
Wonder if Wade's live's gonna have a. I guess we'll find out. Let's see. Where Kirk's. Gotta do a better job of keeping everybody around.
Getting ready to move, Brandon? Yeah. Darn, everybody's moving. All right. Like y'all was talking about the other night, yeah. Ryan, did you change your name? Yeah, he changed it. Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't it Brian?
Okay, apparently I don't know how to pin somebody's channel, but
Was it RC something product? I think it was. Yeah, the name of your company, wasn't it? Yeah, RC something product. I can't remember.
maybe somebody can pin Kirk's RC's channel in my chat here for me.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, about 4 acres of property. Nice.
I'm gonna keep mine up in case like I can get some new subs and everything, but we'll have Wade up too. Or Kirk's up. Wow, I'm okay. So yeah, Kirk's. It's been a long couple weeks. I just hope this thing works.
If you want to come in here, just let me know and I'll put the link in there so you can click on it and get your email too from you and add you to the list. Like, I probably can get it from Tanks. Anyway, you want to be on.
Put that down. Don't burn yourself before you flip it. Yeah, I'm back now. It just takes a little while. Thank you for coming in, Addict RC. Thank you for coming in and saying goodnight. Yeah, Angel Kiss, I would put music on, but I'm almost certain YouTube would tell me it was some sort of violation or something or other, even though I'm not monetized yet. They copyright striked my intro I had that my son did for me. So if they'll do that, I'm sure they'll just copyright strike whatever they want.
What's up, Operation 11 Charlie? How you doing, Javier?
Can you guys hear Kirk's live stream?
Found a place that does license plates for RC. Ordered 2 metal ones. Cool. Is it all 1/10 scale size ones? The RC plates on Facebook, they always pull a bunch of them out. I know a few people that have ordered them from them. Yeah. They're pretty nice. Are those metal too, or?
This is a little bit different channel than Nitro's, Angel. But You're still welcome to start up a topic, put it in chat. Not much I'm afraid of.
A couple of the cross trucks that I bought.
Yeah, YouTube has their own
They asked what state you were at.
thing.
Oh, that's nice.
All by themselves as far as being picky. Unfortunately, a lot of other streaming platforms are starting to take suit to that. Rumble's doing it now too, where you can get a copyright strike. Just all kinds of stuff. Smoke check. Power up, smoke check pass. Yes, I just turned on the RC car without having the radio on. I have been doing RC cars since 1996. So quite a long time. Might be a little bit of dust. This is on 4. And Angel, this is actually my very first RC car. Right here. This is the one I got in 96. It's been changed a lot since I got it. This is a M8. So, it is old. It has a Novak switch in it. So, it is still FM. This is not a 2.4 gig radio system. So, it's still old. We have good old-fashioned FM radio, analog, very good analog servo, a Super Rooster, and a brushed motor. All good stuff. Not good stuff. It was good stuff when it was new. Put it that way. I have a boat up here that runs stick still. Can't even really get stick radios. It's like almost impossible to find a good stick radio. Some of the rest of what I've got I ran off of the M11 I have. It is 2.4 and somebody did the antenna conversion, which just gets in the way actually. That's why it's all wrapped up in tape, because I broke it. So I still do use old school stuff. partly because 90% of the time it just works. And you have these 2.4% of the time like this, where for some reason it wasn't working at all. So I had to figure out why. And that's what I've been doing all day.
Noticing that the Vortec, when I put the heavier, I put a 4S battery in it, and did some practice launches, and it's a lot more stable with the extra weight, so I'm thinking I might have to add some weight to it.
So yeah, still no luck on it. But I have one more radio. Upstairs I have an XL2P. Before any of what you see here. And that strictly runs and only responsible for running my RC10. Because the radio goes with the car as far as vintage. Okay, so old brush motors, there's little springs that hook to the brushes. It helps if you have them on it. After these messages, we'll be right back. Stay. Now, what I'm kind of amazed at is my internet's letting me stream and listen to a stream.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you there. Yeah, Troy was wondering if you would go run a stock dog mode in that garden. There he went again. Oh, he dropped out again? Yeah, it was. Yeah, California thing. California!
Okay.
Real man, somebody upstairs.
Wrong handle. Maybe I should have tried running it before, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna guess a few of those little diodes in the speed controller are no longer participating. Take care, Angel.
Windows on your computer, or you talking about windows in your garage? Yeah, no, the windows on the computer had a bunch of stuff. Oh, okay. YouTube video going there. Yeah, that will do it.
Not even a volt. And that's hot. Okay, so there's the answer.
Whose live was that on the other night when that guy come in? Was that yours or was it Hank? Who was it? Chris. Chris, oh yeah, that was Chris. Chris. They said they'll never do that again. I'm a dog, George. Oh yeah, I got two of them. That's the 12 and that's the 11 year old. Yes. 33 year old. He thinks the driver's seat is. Yeah, Brandon was asking what kind of dog is it? Oh, they're a Ketis.
Well, I'm not the biggest fan of going brushless, but
Dad, what's happening, buddy? How you doing?
I might have to.
Sad part is, I'm sitting here in this game, they actually have really smooth pavement for once. And then I ain't got. I mean, every good half mile of pavement, I can get a heck of a run back. I have no tires. The way it works out, I know. Yeah. Now, when I ordered my phone, I ordered the BSR has 26 millimeter front, and that's what it is. 26 millimeter medium compound front, and then to get 32 millimeter on the right side, for the rear you have to order the nitro. Then we come up with nitro safe.
Okay,
But
well.
also the medium compound. That makes sense. The only other way I can get a 12 millimeter gauge tire was to go with a 64 diameter drag tire for the back, and there was just no way that was going to fit. Yeah, so I didn't order that. I had to cut out a long stuff.
Alright, guys, we're right at the 4-hour mark, so unless I get somebody pop in the next 2 to 5 minutes, I'll probably just call it a live streaming. Probably pick up Kurt, so.
I did find on Amazon somebody that pointed them out to me. They actually make a 15mm X adapter extension for an axle. So if I've got to, I could always go to that and space them out. You can't get the nut on there if you go too far. No, it has a special nut that goes that threads through and threads onto the axle. It's almost like a nut stud about that long. Yeah. If I got to, I got to. I don't think I'm gonna have to. I mean, I can go to 9mm without changing anything. 9mm be kind of pushing it. Yeah. But I've got 8s on it right now. Look. You can see it pretty well. If you look, the wheel nut is literally right at it. And that's what 8s. Like I said, I can get a 9 on it. I got a 9 on, but I use Loctite. Yeah. Loctite on top. These grips, they're toast too. When it flipped, it literally scraped most of the chrome off. The grill's all smashed up. It was a hard crumble. Cut the fenders off, so the fenders wouldn't rub the tires afterwards. Good customs in the house. What's up, dude? How you doing? What's up, JJ? Oh, dude. He needs to hop on you. I wish he'd hop on here. Hey, for the weather. Go to week. I'll get on here one day, guys. Yeah. On a Sunday, you guys can have you sure you got that much pull, Kurt? I don't know if you got that much pull there, bro.
Wow. Still stays on though, huh? Thank you, Ryan. I don't know when I'll do this again, but thank you for stopping in and taking so much time. How I enjoy talking to you on other streams too. I'm probably going to jump over to Kurt's like everybody else has. And I'll be in the chat there if you want to swing over there. All right? Take care.
No, you're right here. Yeah,